Please be seated. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, esteemed faculty and colleagues, distinguished and honored guests, friends, and family. It is my distinct honor as headmaster of Westminster Academy and on behalf of the class of 2023 to welcome each of you, both present and joining on live stream, to tonight's ceremony. On this august occasion, I'd also like to take the opportunity to formally recognize the newly minted, the Reverend Dr. Robert J. Pacienza, Westminster class of 1999. Pastor Rob, as he's more affectionately known, certainly doesn't need an introduction to his own pulpit. However, I want to share that just yesterday, he walked across the stage at Westminster Theological Seminary in Philadelphia, receiving his Doctor of Ministry degree, and then caught a flight so he could join us tonight at this grand occasion. With this in mind, Westminster Academy loves to honor the accomplishments of our alumni because family never graduates. Congratulations, Dr. Pacienza. Commencement at Westminster Academy is a formal affair, as you've seen and will see, that includes a nod to our Scottish Presbyterian heritage, hence the bagpipes, and embraces our theological convictions and signals the significance of the beginning of a new season for these students. We believe that God's calling on our community to raise up the next generation of Christian leaders is serious business and worthy of celebration. And it's for this reason that we have gathered here on this night. The beginning of a new season does, however, necessarily mean the conclusion of another. And seniors, within the hour, you will join a special group of people, those select few who are Westminster Academy alumni. Tonight, I pray that you count your time here as a blessing. To my faculty and colleagues, relish the work of your hands, as this evening is also an accomplishment of your faithful service. Parents, consider the outcome of your 16,000-hour investment. And let us all together consider God's faithfulness, what He has done, is doing, and will do. Tonight is a community celebration, so let's enjoy it together. Class of 2023, well done.
This is the verse for the class of 2023, and the verse is Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for His name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for You are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me. In the presence of my enemies, You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Please join me in prayer. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. Dear Lord, thank You for gathering here for this wonderful celebration of the class of 2023. I thank You for the wonderful parents teachers, staff, who have gone out of their way to invest in our lives. I pray that you would bless them for the sacrifices they have made these many years so that we may attend Westminster. Through their teaching, you have given us many life skills. I pray that we would cherish and use these skills for your glory and honor for the rest of our lives. Thank you, Lord, for allowing us to attend Westminster Academy. The relationships that we have built with teachers, classmates, and you, Lord, have taught us to love you and others. We ask, Lord, that you continue to guide us through college and whatever may come next. I thank you so much for my amazing classmates, their amazing talents, and their amazing memories that we have all made together. I pray you are honored in the events of this evening. In your name, amen.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, parents, faculty, and my fellow graduates. Today, as the senior class president, I have the honor and privilege of standing before you to express our heartfelt gratitude to two groups of people who have been instrumental in our journey through high school: our incredible parents and our dedicated faculty. To our parents, who have been our pillars of support from day one, thank you. Thank you for the countless sacrifices you have made to ensure that we have the best opportunities available to us. From waking up early to making us breakfast and packing our lunches, to attending every parent-teacher conference and extracurricular event, you have been our unwavering cheerleaders. Your love, encouragement, and belief in us has been the driving force behind our success. We are eternally grateful for your sacrifices and your support. To the faculty of our school, thank you for your commitment to our education. You have dedicated your lives to shaping young minds, and it is because of your passion, guidance, and expertise that we stand here today as graduates. You have challenged us to think critically, nurtured our talents, and instilled in us a love for learning. Your patience, mentorship, and dedication have left marks on our lives. We are immensely grateful for the impact you have made and will carry the lessons we have learned from you to our future. As we reflect upon our time in high school, we realize that it is through the collaborative efforts of our parents and faculty that we have thrived. It is the partnership between our families and the educators that have allowed us to grow and develop into the individuals we are today. The late nights spent studying with our parents, the countless hours our teachers spent preparing lessons, and their belief in our potential has shaped us into resilient, curious, and confident individuals. They have taught us the importance of integrity, perseverance, and compassion. They have shown us the power of a strong work ethic, the joy of discovering new knowledge, and the significance of giving back to the community. It is these lessons that will serve as the foundation for our future successes. But most importantly, it is through faith that we have found solace in times of difficulty, and it is through prayer that we have sought guidance and wisdom. We recognize that our accomplishments are not solely our own, but a result of divine grace working in our lives. Here at WA, we are given the opportunity to express our faith and share it with this community. We are not only scholars or athletes, but warriors of God. This community of our families, our faculty, and our friends bring us closer to God and nurture our relationship with Him. As we step into the next chapter of our lives, we carry with us the lessons, values, and memories forged within the halls of our beloved school. We will remember the moments of triumph, the friendships we have built, and the support of our parents and teachers. Thank you for your love, your guidance, and your commitment to our education. We are forever grateful, and we pledge to make you proud as we embark on the next chapter of our lives. Seniors, let us join together in giving a round of applause to honor our remarkable parents and dedicated faculty. I'd also like to thank you for allowing me to serve you for the past 4 years as president. It has been an honor. Congratulations to the class of 2023.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Hall, and I've been involved with this wonderful school since its beginning. As a WA lifer, a mother of 2 lifers, I've been a kindergarten and first grade teacher, and now I have the privilege of serving as the alumni relations and on the advancement team at WA. They say choose a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. WA is a lifestyle. We're a unit school where faculty and staff have the benefit of seeing the development of the students from a young age, and if we're truly blessed, we get to see you through to this night. A good portion of this class has spent the 16,000 hours together with incredible faculty, staff, coaches, and mentors. The foundation students receive by being a part of the WA community makes an impact. Sometimes it takes years to appreciate what has been established during these years, these formative years, but judging by the senior trip, you get it. Last year, we put together a devotional of 50 stories of 50 years, where alumni, pastors, and others in ministry were asked to contribute. And it was always a high school experience of success or failure that they could look back on and see God's hand working on them the whole time. As I hear stories and testimonies of our alum regarding the time spent at WA, the impressions left on them were that they were loved. The scripture that they memorized here stayed with them and came back in times that they needed it. The teachers cared. We're a second family. The WA community is like no other, and once you're part of it, you don't want to leave. WA is a place where you are known and loved, and I want you to know that even former teachers come back 3 times a year to have a reunion of their own. They spend time in prayer, praying for the students, the safety of the campus, the current faculty and staff. If you're a WA alumni, would you just stand up for one moment? You get to stretch your legs. Look around. This is my favorite. I don't do this to be exclusive about WA, but I do it to be inclusive and encourage the class of 2023 that WA is here for the long haul. We are a 3rd generation covenant school, and those that were just standing weren't just parents of the senior class. We have faculty and staff, extended family that come back to give back. I hope you looked around, seniors, knowing that you are in for a lifelong commitment. We have a saying, family never graduates. And class of 2023, after tonight, we have a network of 4,099 alumni all over the world. Congratulations on your high school accomplishments and welcome. You are now an elite member of the WA alumni, and this is the beginning of a lifelong relationship with your alma mater. Galatians 6:10 says, therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to one another, especially to those who belong to the family of believers. We want to encourage our alum, parents who have made the financial sacrifice, as well as the faculty and staff who have taught and nurtured these minds. We're in the business of training up the next generation of leaders. We know that our students at Westminster Academy graduate having completed a unique academic and spiritual experience. The solid biblical worldview taught, combined with the sense of community, prepares our students for the next phase in life, well prepared for whatever God has in store for them. Our alumni board looks forward to recognizing and encouraging these men and women from a variety of experiences and ministries through 3 categories of awards. We give out 2 senior scholarship awards. We have an athletic hall of honor that we give out at homecoming, where we induct athletes, coaches, and teams. And we have the Distinguished Alumnus Award. This is the highest award recognized by the Alumni Association. We highlight alumni that have demonstrated excellence in their field of service. The Distinguished Alumni serves as a testimony of God's grace and favor on our school. The recipient of the 2023 Distinguished Alumnus Award is actually from our first graduating class of 1973. Bruce Bromley. He represents a portrait of a grad. His dedication to our community, church, and his family has been a lifelong commitment. He really never left WA. He came back to coach basketball in the late 70s. He built the Federal Highway and 56th Street cornerstone in the 80s. And then in the 90s, the entire 3rd floor structural design for the media center, and in the late 1990s, as well as the bleachers and other structures out at the West Campus. In 1992, Bruce took on the responsibility to continue the structural engineering business that his father founded. Building on the tradition of excellence and integrity established by his parents, he spent 31 years growing the company into the well-known, trusted engineering firm that it is today. His business was built on Christian values and became the success it is from the hard work and partnership that he maintained over the 30 years with Willie Cook. His family is proud of the strong work ethic, traditions of excellence, and dedication to the Lord. He credits the biblical foundation received at Westminster Academy for instilling him the truth that Colossians 3:23 and 24 says. Whatever you do, work heartily for the Lord and not for men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You're serving the Lord Christ. Bruce Bromley is the Chief Inspector and Managing Partner at Bromley Cook Engineering, Inc., and working together with a team of design professionals at the firm. Mr. Bromley focuses on projects involving commercial and residential concrete restoration, reinforced masonry, structural analysis, including hurricane resistance and for coastal high-rises. He has 3 decades of experience in inspecting new and existing structures, and we as Floridians thank you. Bromley Cook Engineering has supported Habitat for Humanity, Boys and Girls Club, South Florida for Kids, Ronald McDonald House Charities, Gilda Club, South Florida, Naval Air Station, Fort Lauderdale, and Veterans Multi-Service Center. Bruce has always believed that WA instilled in him the discipline to achieve his goals and feels blessed that his family had the same opportunity. It is with great distinction and honor that we present this year's Distinguished Alumnus Award to Bruce Bromley. We also have 2 former distinguished alumnus with us tonight, Greg Coningsby from the class of '81, and we have Laura Brash Bishop with us from the class of 1987. The Lord has done marvelous things in our eyes. Please join me in recognizing Bruce Bromley as a 2023 Distinguished Alum.
What a great privilege it is to receive this honor. I stand before you by the grace of God through his Son, my Redeemer. Now, most of you graduates probably believe that 50 years ago we were handed a stone tablet for our diploma. It's not true. Although I think most of you probably get your diploma via email. I vividly remember when we had our graduation over at Westminster First, which was on Commercial at the Old Church. That was a time where you know you were at the crossroads of your life, and you think, what's before me? What am I going to deal with? But, you know, it was interesting that the teachers did some singing for us. In fact, they had a quartet. I think Ms. Neal was part of it, and they sang The Lion Sings Tonight, Sleeps Tonight. So it was very interesting that I remember these things quite well. I believe you as a graduating class are now faced with what's in your future. As all of you are doing, you're thanking your parents, as I thank my parents. My sister and I both graduated, my sister's here, that we graduated from this school in the early 70s. What we did not have at that time was a gymnasium. We played basketball, officiated games on the blacktop surface where the gymnasium is now. We did not have a West Campus. We did not have a swimming pool. We did not have the football field as it is. We did not have the track field. What we did have was our first headmaster, Reverend Miller, and he gave us during chapel once a week, he gave us a good sermon type presentation. So we had that once a week. We had teachers that worked with us. I know Coach Schwab was our basketball coach. I think we had to pray more for him than he did for us because we were that bad at basketball during that time. My first teacher for math was Reverend Gramp. So for our Bible teacher, we had a pastor who also taught us math. So we had our teachers were really concerned of teaching not only this core subject, our chemistry teacher, our English teacher, but also tying that in with the Christian worldview. And it was quite a, I would say, great education. In 1973, January of 73, 50-something years ago, we were looking at the end as a senior class, just like you were, and thinking we could see the end of the tunnel. We know we're coming to the end of our high school. Well, we thought we were all that. Then we were told that there is one laboratory we had to take. We had to take this one lab class. Well, Westminster never skimped. They always did things first class. So we walked into this lab, second floor, the north part of the building, and there was all brand new typewriters. And we're like, listen, we're guys, we don't type. Girls type. We don't type. We had a 4'11", no nonsense typing teacher that we knew if we didn't pass, we would not get out of Westminster Academy. She made us type. That is the one skill that even today I still use very, very, every day, often. How in the world can these fingers do 50 words per minute? I thank Mrs. Bales. I really do. Thank God for Mrs. Bales. She made us learn that typewriter. Excuse me. So I want to say that Westminster Academy taught from body, mind, and soul. So if I look at you graduates about to be, you seniors, and say, how good was Westminster? Was it okay? Was it good? I want to impress upon you that Westminster Academy is a great institution, and I want you to remember that because it's always been very great to me. In conclusion, as you approach these crossroads in front of you, I want to tell you that this one guarantee is that the world around you is going to try to squeeze you into a mold. They're going to try to take away that Christian education. And the second thing I want to say is I'm not going to call you fellow alumni, I'm going to call you brethren, as in, I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, to present your body a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. Do not be conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind to prove that which is good and right and acceptable unto God. May God bless you in whatever endeavor you pursue, and thank you very much.
in everything you do. And when you come to me and hold me close to you, I bless you and you bless me too. When your weary heart is tired, if the world should leave you uninspired, when nothing more of love's desired, my blessing goes with you. When the storms of life are strong, when you're wounded, when you don't belong, when you no longer hear my song, my blessing goes with you. This is my prayer for you, there for you, ever true. Each, every day for you, in everything you do. And when you come to me and hold me close to you, I bless you and you bless me too. I bless you and you bless me too.
That was beautiful, Chloe. Thank you. Salutatorian of the class of 2023, Leighton McCartney has earned a cumulative GPA of 4.68 while taking a rigorous college preparatory curriculum in high school, which includes earning 39 college credits through our dual enrollment program. Leighton is a National Merit Commended Scholar and an AP Scholar with honor, earning an average of 3.5 or higher on 4 or more AP exams. He has been involved in many extracurricular activities, including varsity swim, concert band, Green Club, National Honor Society. He has been named Scholar Athlete of the Year for 3 years in high school. Leighton was selected by our faculty to represent our school at Youth Leadership Broward and Harvard Model Congress. He has also been involved in our award-winning professional level drama program and has served in the stage crew as director and as student director this year. Leighton volunteers for several organizations, including Homes United, where he has helped restore group homes in our local community and in Puerto Rico on a service trip. Leighton has served as a tutor to both his peers and younger students all throughout high school. In addition, Leighton has worked as a counselor for WA's Boosterthon summer camp. In the fall, Leighton will attend Florida State University to pursue a degree in sports business and analytics. Please join me in welcoming the class of 2023 salutatorian, Leighton McCartney.
Good evening, Dr. Satterley, Reverend Pacienza, Dr. Farrar, Mr. Barber, Mr. Bromley, and Dr. Mansfield. I would like to begin by thanking all the excellent teachers and mentors we have had in our time here at WA, as the school is nothing without the teachers who create the learning environment for the students and encourage us to be the best version of ourselves inside and outside the classroom. I truly believe none of us would be the people we are today without the guidance and love we have received from you all, and for that, we thank you. I would also like to thank the administrators who make all of this possible, working behind the scenes to ensure our safety and carry out the vision of our school. All of the staff has contributed to this moment, and I know how proud they will be to watch us walk across this stage in just a few short moments. I would especially like to thank my parents, Mrs. Cox, Dr. Groves, and Mr. Buitt for helping guide me through high school in the best times and the worst times. And I would, of course, like to congratulate my fellow graduates on making it to tonight, and thank those who helped me find a family of lifelong friends here at WA. Even though there was much stress and hard work involved in making it this far, this is only the beginning of what I am sure will be the amazing and inspiring lives you will all go on to lead. However, I truly believe that the only way for all of us to fulfill our potential in this world involves a little bit of discomfort. It is only in leaving our comfort zones and stepping outside our boxes that we grow. One of the teachers I mentioned as being immensely important to my growth, Mrs. Cox, came to me with an opportunity to step out of my box in the beginning of my junior year. I had never taken one of her drama classes before, and I only knew her through other students and my older brother, who was a part of the theater program in his time here at WA. However, she and the student director, Leah Kim, knew me and saw something in me that I did not even see in myself at the time. She offered me to join the production team for the spring musical that they were putting on that year, Shuck the Musical. This opportunity would involve me stepping into a world and a group of people I didn't know and trying to figure out what to do as I went. Now, something about me is that growing up, I was never one to willingly try something new. So my immediate reaction was to be scared of a new experience. However, as I thought about it, one thing kept popping into my head. How often does an opportunity to be a part of something bigger than yourself and something that I've heard spoken so highly of by my peers just open itself up to you? This reminded me of a quote that I've always loved, a statement made by Dr. Donda West, a professor who worked at a number of historically black colleges and participated in sit-in protests during the civil rights movement of the 1960s. She said, "Even if you are not ready for the day, it cannot always be night." This applied to my situation because doors of opportunity do not stay open forever, and they certainly will not wait for you to step through them. Another reason this opportunity frightened me was because the start of my junior year was a really tough time for me and my mental health. As classes were harder than ever, and it seemed my issues with stress and anxiety were not going away anytime soon. But going back to that quote, I knew it couldn't stay night forever, and this opportunity could have been the day I was looking for. So I said yes, and I joined as assistant student director last year and went on to become the student director this year for our show, Peter and the Starcatcher. This opportunity led to major change in my life and my perspective on life, and allowed me to pour myself into work that I can definitively say I am more proud of than any academic achievement, including salutatorian. I made lifelong connections and learned so much more than I ever could have in the classroom, all because I decided to step through that door without knowing what was on the other side. This is my challenge and message to my fellow graduates. When God opens a door, He doesn't leave it open forever. You have to be ready to step through it with full faith that the journey will be worth it. And as you grow and move through life, walking through doors of opportunity, I want you to hold on to one more quote. This time made by one of the greatest artists of our generation, Kendrick Lamar, who said, "It's not about who's right, who's wrong. Evolve is the only thing known." Evolving means change and growth, two things which can be frightening but also exhilarating. With God by our side, even in times of change, we can know we have His love and guidance. I hope these words can be an inspiration to all of us as we meet new opportunities and experiences to take everything as a chance to learn and grow rather than stressing about whether we are the right or wrong thing to do. Because as long as God's got us, everything will be all right. Thank you.
The class of 2023 valedictorian is Ellie Jane Farrar. Ellie has earned a cumulative GPA of 4.70. She is an AP Capstone Diploma candidate as well as an AP Scholar with distinction, earning an average score of 3.5 on all AP exams taken and scores of 3 or higher on 5 or more of these exams. Ellie played varsity soccer, runs cross country, and competed in the varsity track team. She's a member of the National Honor Society, the National Art Honor Society, the Pre-Med Club, and serves as the president of the Green Club. She is a gifted artist and has completed 2 AP art classes. She's an active member of both the Key Club and Rotary Club, working with Homes United and Habitat for Humanity. Ellie has been chosen by the administration to serve as a mentor to middle school students. She has participated in service trips with her church and has volunteered as a counselor in training in summer camp and as a child care worker at Coral Ridge. She interned at Gangway, organized and leading small groups and events for other high school students. Ellie seeks to honor God in all of her interactions and endeavors and was chosen by administration and faculty to receive the Kenneth P. Wackus Christian Character Award. Ellie will continue her education at Samford University as an early admit to the McWhorter School of Pharmacy. Please join me in welcoming your 2023 valedictorian, my daughter, Ellie Farrar.
Good evening, Reverend Pacienza, Dr. Satterley, Dr. Farrar, also known as Dad, Mr. Barber, Mr. Bromley, and Dr. Mansfield, distinguished faculty, family, friends, and fellow graduates. I am honored to celebrate and be a part of everything God has done with the class of 2023. I would first like to take a moment to appreciate everything God has done to guide our lives to be here to graduate together. I am thankful for God allowing me to grow to be into the person I am today, encouraging me to be a light, and using my gifts and talents for His glory. Truly, without Him and my rooted faith in Him, I would not be standing here right now. I would also like to thank my family. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for being willing to give up anything and everything to help me build my success, my character, and most importantly, my faith. Even though people say, don't turn out to be like your parents when you grow old, I cannot wait to be just like you two. Thank you also to my sisters, Emma, Abigail, and Annie, for being role models, cheerleaders, and best friends. Those characteristics help me strive for excellence, so thank you, and I love you all. To faculty, staff, and coaches at the school, thank you for pushing me past my limits and for your encouragement while I trek through my academic, athletic, and spiritual journey. You have made my time here so enjoyable, and all of you have taught me, besides maybe my track and field and cross-country coach, Mr. Lindbergh, to walk, not run, to enjoy the little things in life. You've taught me how faith and service go hand in hand, and I'm beyond excited to use you all, teachers, faculties, and coaches, as an example of how to combine faith in my future career. And thank you, class of 2023, for forever friendships, lasting memories, and joy that each and every one of you has given me in my time here. It felt like just yesterday that we were watching Miss Gage in 9th grade in English class stand on top of the desk as she passionately swung a sword around while reading classical literature. Or when we were freshmen and we beat the senior class of 2020 in the final round of tug-of-war during beach day. Do you remember when online school was a thing? Props to Mr. Matthews for persevering through the Wi-Fi issues. Maybe you remember Bible class with Mr. Vantine. Did everyone's class sing the national anthem at the top of their lungs at the beginning of every class? Or maybe you remember 8th grade Bible class by the fireplace with last name Smith, first name Jeff. You may know the guy. How about the endless rounds of playing blackjack and poker just now on the senior trip? Hey parents, I think some of your children may have a slight gambling issue. Now, as our time at WA flew by and as memories upon memories rolled through our heads, I want to urge you to never forget them, because everything you experience at WA is a basis for the next chapter of your life. Now, as we leave WA and continue our endeavors, class of 2023, I would like to encourage you with this. Bring joy that comes from God to every experience, good or bad, and He will bless you. I'm going to share a story that shows just that. Joey Martin is my best friend since 2nd grade, and her story influenced my life and is a story worth listening to. One of Joey's big dreams when she started playing soccer as a little girl was to play on the U.S. women's national soccer team. Although she figured by high school, maybe that dream is not as realistic as she thought it might be. Just like many of us who probably thought you could go pro in your middle school sports and soon realized maybe it's time to pick up a new hobby. To continue Joey's story, at the beginning of 2020, Joey had been revealed the news that she had a brain tumor. She had to go into emergency surgery, had to relearn how to talk and kick a soccer ball, and later had to complete many rounds of radiation. Every time I talked to Joey, though, she had a sense of joy that could not just be crushed under the weight of this hardship. When she was faced with an unknown future of a brain tumor, Joey said this: "I have a long road ahead of me, but I wholeheartedly believe that God is in control and is by my side and always has been. This is just the beginning of a long flight that I'm determined to finish." Do you know someone that's just always happy and you ask yourself if they're gonna complain for even 2 seconds? That's Joey, and her joy surely comes from God. Joey knew that God had bigger plans for her through this tumor, and she was certainly right. Later on, when she continued radiation and was getting closer to recovery, she was blessed by God with the opportunity to play for the U.S. Women's Paralympic national soccer team. She ended up winning the Paralympic World Cup this past year and plans to continue to play for their team. Through this tough situation and her continuous faith in God, she was able to live her big dream of playing soccer nationally, in a slightly different way, but in a way that you cannot see past God's spectacular works. God surely used Joey's hardship as an opportunity for an unforgettable blessing. Class of 2023, I want to encourage you to not lose grasp of your faith, because without it, you will not experience the blessings God has in store for you. I'm not saying that you're going to be handed a chance to play sports at the national level if you hold firm foundations in Christ, but I am saying that God will work in mysterious ways. When you feel the best way to deal with a situation is to put your hands up and accept defeat, I want you all to remember that God is greater than anything you will face. The verse that guides my life is Proverbs 3:5-6, and it says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will keep your path straight." Don't forget him in the bad, and certainly don't forget to trust him in the good. I want to encourage you by saying, you can't do it, but God can. As you take these next steps into college, hold firm, have fun, but remember what really matters. As you go on in life, remember you have people here that care about you, and you always have God to lean on. I'm beyond excited to see what all of our futures hold. Thank you, and congratulations, class of 2023.
Thank you, Leighton and Ellie. Well, since Westminster Academy's capstone event is commencement, it is important to invite a speaker that not only reflects the mission and values of our school and has some measure of accomplishment and acclaim, but more importantly, perhaps most importantly, one that has something of significance to say. Tonight's speaker fits the bill. Dr. Stephen Mansfield is a New York Times best-selling author. Perhaps his best-known work, The Faith of George W. Bush, made that list twice. He is a prolific author, speaker, entrepreneur, leadership coach, and was a long-serving pastor. After growing up in an Army family in West Berlin, yes, some of us remember West Berlin, he engaged academics with gusto, earning a bachelor's degree in history and philosophy from Oral Roberts University, a master's degree in history and public policy, and a doctorate in history and literature from Whitefield Theological Seminary. Steve and I agree, a man cannot have too much history. That's right, baby. He's a man after my own heart. Dr. Mansfield is a senior fellow of public leadership at Palm Beach Atlantic University, also a senior fellow at the Institute of Faith and Culture, sponsored here at Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church. Like some of you in this room, I've had the privilege of being the audience for one of Stephen's talks. I'm better for it. He's a friend of our church and school, a supporter of Christian education, and a voice for freedom. But what I like best is how he fights against the downward trend against masculinity and champions the art of noble manhood. He's a strong voice for the cause of Christ in our culture and an advocate for godly leadership. And it is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. Stephen Mansfield as Westminster Academy's 2023 commencement speaker.
Good evening. Congratulations to all, and what a great night this is. I need to tell you that much that has informed my life emanated from this pulpit and this room. And so because I knew D. James Kennedy was looking down this evening, I prepared, or at least started to prepare, a ponderous, learned, dense, heavily researched talk that would be fitting. In fact, a Presbyterian talk that would be fitting for the occasion. And then I heard the bagpipes. And all I want to do now is strap on my kilt, paint my face blue, and go looking for the troops of Edward Longshanks, baby. I saw Braveheart, and I know what to do when the pipes sound. But since I can't fight that battle, I'd like to fight another battle this evening against an idea that is growing throughout our country, particularly in Christian circles, and particularly at this time of year during Christian graduations. In fact, this idea is probably being proclaimed at Christian graduation services even this evening. And probably the best way for me to tell you about it is to describe an experience I had recently that reminded me in turn of an experience I had when I was a younger man still living with my parents. My mother, when I was maybe 12 or 13, took me to see the famous movie Dr. Zhivago. And this is based on the Boris Pasternak novel, very famous. I'm sure all of you have seen it. And of course, you know that the movie is about people living through the Russian Revolution. And during the movie, a central figure named Lara says these words, "What a terrible time to be alive." And I was about 12 or 13, and I didn't need much help to believe it was a terrible time to be alive. Everything was tragic and huge, but I remember what it felt like for someone to believe, to hear those words, that someone would believe that it was a horrible time, that the times in which they lived would be horrible times to be alive. Well, not long ago, I was somewhere in the world in some hotel room, and I was watching some channel of news. And after reporting the news, the commentator looked doughy-eyed into the camera, and after again recounting all the difficult news of that day, said, "What a terrible time to be alive." And I remembered, of course, that earlier experience in the movie Dr. Zhivago. Well, I want to suggest to you that this mentality has pervaded the Christian world. So it's as though we're saying to graduates like this, "Congratulations on graduating. Too bad you were born when you were. Too bad we're sending you out into this kind of world." And I want to suggest to you that we need a change of view. I have the privilege of guest lecturing at some of our nation's military academies, and I've learned from the professors there that one of the military manuals that's used all over the world in all the military academies of the world is a book that many of you will have read, some of you for business purposes. It's called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And you've heard of this book, you know of it. It's a common military manual. And in this book, which is read at all the military academies, Sun Tzu says that greater than defeating your enemy on the battlefield is to so discourage your enemy that they never show up for what could be very winnable wars. And I want to suggest to you, my friends, that in our generation, a combination of the flesh, the devil, and the world are conspiring together to disillusion us and to dissuade us for showing up what would be otherwise very winnable battles. Because this is not a terrible time to be alive. This is a magnificent time to be alive. And we need to know it. There you go. I waited as long for that applause as I possibly could. Keep up, baby. We are living in times that are challenging, but if we know our faith and our history, then what we know is that it's just in times like this that the people of God thrive, deliver suffering souls, build institutions that are transforming, proclaim the gospel of their Christ, and change generations. Don't just take my word for it. Let's go to the scriptures for just a moment. Surely in this pulpit, that's allowed. In Galatians 4:4, Paul writes some words that we ought to remember. He says that in the fullness of time, God sent his son. You've read those words before. In the fullness of time. Now, I got to tell you what the Greek word is there. The Greek word is pleroma. It doesn't just mean fullness. It actually means when the times are pregnant, when things are about to happen, when birth is about to take place. Well, had you lived at that time, at the time that Jesus came into the world, you would not have thought this was any kind of fullness of time. You would not have thought that God had great plans and purposes, that in fact the times were pregnant with destiny and his eternal plans. You would not have thought that. It was a horrible time. It was a bloody time. It was an evil time. You probably know that when a baby was born to a Roman family at the time that Jesus came into the world, the baby was first brought to the father, and under the Roman law of paterfamilias, the father could simply thumbs down that child, make the downward motion, and the child would be exposed on the walls of the city or thrown off the bridges into the rivers below. Let me tell you quickly that the Christians made sure they addressed that. They went to those walls, gathered those babies, and even had deacons sitting in boats under bridges to catch those children or to rescue them from the water soon after. But what a horrible time. Had you walked the streets of Rome, you would have seen babies on the walls dying, crying. I don't want to be too graphic, but you know what I'm saying. The elderly were expected to kill themselves relatively early so they would not be a burden upon society. Again, the Christians address that issue. But what a society that doesn't honor the elderly, but instead expects them to kill themselves so as not to burden the next generation. Religion was such a tyrannical thing that people were confused about what God was responsible for what. There were gods for every kind of thing. There were gods for sailors, and then there were gods for certain parts of ships. There were gods that were supposed to rule over the birth of babies. There were gods for growing corn. There were gods for everything. And people often didn't know what God controlled what. And the priests competed. And there were altars and collection boxes on every corner in the city of Rome. It was terrible. I saw a movie not too long ago that depicted this beautifully. A soldier takes a bag of money and he's weary. And he kneels down at an altar and he says, hey, all you gods, I don't know who is the god of battle in France, in the southern part, when you're using a sword. That's kind of what he says. Could I just put the money here, and whichever one of you wants it and will bless the battle, just take it so I don't have to figure this thing out. That's exactly the confusion that was going on. That was the tyranny of souls. It's one of the reasons the gospel so appealed in that age. It was a terrible and bloody time. You know this because you know something about the kind of entertainments that happened. Not only were the Christians murdered for entertainment, wild animals and gladiators, you've seen the movies, but criminals, and it was bloody, it was terrible. The streets ran with blood. The fullness of time, a time pregnant with purposes, you would never have thought that. And allow me just for a moment to cut a little closer to home. Many of you are troubled by what comes out of Washington. I lived there, and I'm very well aware. But had you lived around the time that Jesus was crucified and into the early decade or so of the couple of decades of the Christian era, when Paul was ministering, you would have had Nero as your emperor. Nero once made his horse a senator. I mean, I know it's bad in D.C., but nobody's doing that yet. Nero once killed his own pregnant wife, and in a dastardly way I won't describe. Nero once married two men, one to be his husband and one to be his wife. Does that sound familiar? I'm not trying to be sarcastic. The times then were very much like our times now, and worse. And I often try to talk to people about these things and try to help them understand when they're ready to resign in these times, when they're ready to give up, when they're ready to stop trying to make a difference in this dark and evil and perverse generation. I try to get them to understand that these too, this day also, is a fullness of time. It's a destined time. It's a time of purpose. It's a time that is pregnant. And by the way, just for a couple of minutes before we close, because believe me, I'm intent on being remembered for two things. Saying, let's take the land, and coming in at less than 15 minutes, baby, I'm on it. I told the graduates I had their back, and I do. I often ask people, when would you rather have lived than now? You're decrying the times, you're talking about how evil it is. When would you rather have lived? One person told me, I'd like to have lived in 1918. I don't know why they said that. Maybe because World War I had just been won, and maybe they thought it was a time of victory. But I said, really? When 100 million people were dying of the Spanish flu, when there was a great depression on in the world, when there was suffering, when the Great Depression was about to unload again just a short time later. A better time? No. I had another college student, when I asked this question, tell me that he would like to have lived in the 1300s, in the days of knights and castles. I said, have you heard of the Black Plague? I'm having fun with this, but you understand, there's no perfect time. And by the way, we can't turn back the clock anyway. And I want to suggest to you that what God said of the first century, which was far worse than the days in which we live now, are also true of our time. That this too is a fullness of time. This too is a time that is pregnant. We know this from the pages of Scripture. Our lives aren't accidents. Our days were numbered before one of them was lived. God knew the end from the beginning. He set purposes and destinies for our lives. We've been telling the graduates that for years. We have to believe it ourselves and understand that we too have come to the kingdom for such a time as this. The Bible tells us in Ephesians 2:10 that God prepared works in advance for us to do so that we might walk into them. That's literally the Greek, that we might walk into them, that there are things we are called to do, and we don't have to strive. God's already prepared them. We'll approach them. We'll walk into them. But what will kill us, what will keep us from our destiny, what will keep us from our purpose, what will keep us from accomplishing the impact that God has ordained for this people of God in this time, in this generation, is that we believe that these are the worst of all possible times, that some kind of horrible mistake has been made, that we are here by accident. And I'd like to suggest that maybe we should get more of our information from the scriptures and the purposes of God than from the crack pipe of network news. Is that okay with you? Should we do that? There's a story they tell in Texas, and I really am going to finish with this story. I want the graduates to love me. There's a story they tell in Texas, a little town out on the frontier. There was this big blacksmith who never went to church, great big burly guy. And there was a little Poindexter Christian. You know the type. Kind of proud, walking to church, nose held high, I'm going to church, and you're not. And there was a drought in this town, in this area, and it was severe. And the little Poindexter Christian said the right thing, but in the wrong way. He went by the blacksmith on the way to church and said, we're going to go pray that this comes to an end. You watch. And the Christians got together and prayed, and sure enough, there came, as they say in Texas, a toad-strangling gully washer, and the drought ended. So the little Poindexter Christian walked up to the blacksmith and said, see, the blacksmith, big burly guy from working with metal all day, stepped over to the Poindexter Christian and punched him square in the face, knocked him down. And the little Poindexter Christian said, well, why'd you do that? And the big burly blacksmith said, you ever let it get like that again, I'll kill you. Now, I like to have fun, as you can tell, and I enjoy funny things, but I'll tell you, there's a truth in that story. It just might be, and I mean no condemnation at all, but it just might be that part of the reason that this generation is in some of the mess it's in is that the people of God have not always been in this generation what they were called to be. It could be that if we did what, go ahead. Absolutely, let's celebrate that. It could be that we're meant to be salt and light. It could be that, like the first century church, that we're meant to turn the world upside down, because that's what they did in that evil, bloody, perverse, evil sacrifice, baby sacrificing, elder killing, just gory generation. The church turned the world upside down. In fact, Nero was actually the emperor during almost a decade of Paul's ministry. In his letters to Timothy, when he tells us to pray for those in charge, he's talking about praying for Nero. They lived in that environment. Maybe the reason we haven't turned our generation upside down like the first century generation, though they were dealing with far worse circumstances, is that we have allowed the lesson of Sun Tzu to become a reality. We're allowing the flesh, the devil, and the world to talk us out of our great heritage and our great calling and our great purposes. And in this room, with the heritage that is in this place, and with these graduates, let's not just graduate them tonight, let's light a torch of faith and optimism and a renewed sense of God's providence, that we too can turn our generation upside down. Let's be the people we are called to be. I want you to be happy warriors. Happy warriors. Big smile on your face while you contend with the challenges and the evils of our society. And I don't invoke the word warrior because I believe in violence. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Everybody in here knows what I'm talking about. warriors of faith, warriors in the Spirit, warriors of intercession, warriors of service, warriors of kindness and love, warriors liberating the hurting souls of our generation, even those souls that are doing things in response to their pain that we despise. You hear what I'm saying? Hear me. This is our time. We are the people, and these are the battles we are called to face. So let's go out and take the land. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansfield. Class of 2023, we're about to recognize you for the many scholarships and awards you have achieved. But before I do that, I'd like for you to take in this moment. You are surrounded by people who love you, who care about you, who are cheering you on, who are for you, and believe that God has the best for you. And so students, in a moment, we're going to recognize you for some of your achievements. But before I do that, I want to pause and recognize some special guests who are in the audience. And so to do that, if you are a parent of the class of 2023, would you please stand and be recognized? You are the ones who love these students, your children, and we thank you for your partnership. The second group that I would like to recognize, if you are a grandparent of the class of 2023, would you stand and be recognized? And we have not forgotten, you're the ones who raised the parents of the class of 2023. So thank you for all you've done. On May 12th, we held our annual Senior Award Ceremony. We celebrated how this senior class has used their God-given gifts and talents to and for His glory. Tonight, we would like to briefly share with you the accomplishments of this class over the last 4 years. Class of 2023 statistics. There are 66 graduating seniors in the class of 2023. Of those 66, 12 are lifers at WA. If you are a WA lifer, would you please stand? Distinct memberships in honorary organizations. 28 are in the National Honor Society. 9 students are in the Spanish National Honor Society. 4 are in the National Art Honor Society. 10 of these students are in the Quill and Scroll, the National Journalism Honor Society. 2 are members of the International Thespian Society. And 6 are members of the Pre-Medical Club. All students who have been in these honorary organizations, please stand and be recognized. Some academic achievements. With the students who earned summa cum laude all semesters of high school, please stand and be recognized. That's Annabelle, Jeremiah, Samantha, Ellie, Marlo, Leighton, Lillian, Mark, Rosalie, Madison, Lucas, and Chloe. Congratulations. AP Scholars. The College Board recognizes students for exceptional performance on advanced placement exams. This year, 10 students have earned the AP Scholar designation. If you are recognized as an AP Scholar with distinction, an AP Scholar with honor, or an AP Scholar, would you please stand and be recognized? One of our seniors has completed the AP Capstone Diploma requirements. Mark Peckage, would you please stand and be recognized? One has completed the AP Capstone Certificate requirements by taking both AP Research classes. Madison Settembrino, would you please stand and be recognized? Four seniors have completed the AP Capstone Diploma classes of AP Seminar and AP Research and will potentially earn the AP Capstone Diploma pending their AP scores. Please join me in recognizing these candidates: Jeremiah Critch, Ellie Farrar, Rosalie Phillips, and Madison Settembrino. One senior has been recognized by the National Merit Scholar Corporation as a commended scholar. Please join me in congratulating Leighton McCartney. Please stand for this recognition. "67% of our seniors have earned an academic, athletic, or fine arts scholarship. Please stand if you have earned a scholarship. And our last category, Christian service hours. 49% of this year's seniors have completed 200 or more Christian service hours during their high school career. 6 have completed 500 or more. Please stand if you have served over 500 Christian service hours. And 2 of our students have earned over 1,500 service hours. Would both Landon and Caleb please stand and be recognized, and thank you for your service. Thank you all. This is a glimpse into the lives of these seniors and the wonderful work that God has done in and through them here at Westminster Academy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as headmaster of Westminster Academy, on behalf of the administration and faculty, I hereby certify that the members of the class of 2023 have completed all graduation requirements as established by the school board.
Dr. Satterley, on behalf of the school board, we accept your recommendation for the graduates. Class of 2023, congratulations. We're incredibly proud of you.
Students, prepare to receive your diplomas.
Christian Alday, Santa Fe College. Annabelle Audrey Audette, University of Florida. Mackenzie K. Blake, University of South Carolina. Bryce O. Brown, Universal Technical Institute. Jordan Grace Cahill, Florida Atlantic University. Jalen Isaiah Carey, James Madison University. Taylin Kiara Carey, Nova Southeastern University. Josiah Carey, Louisiana State University. Michael Cespedes, Bard College. Ella Morgan Clements, Samford University. Tyler Oliver Coningsby, University of Mississippi. Jeremiah Michael Critch, Samford University. Samuel Douglas Davey, Rollins College. Caleb Nathan James Davelmar, Florida International University. Gabriela M. de Acevedo, University of Alabama Honors College. Caleb Thomas Dorsonville, Edward Waters College. Samantha Grace Elmer, University of Florida. Ellie Jane Farrar, Samford University. Danielle Marie Forrester, Florida State University. Michael Fox, Birmingham Southern College. Devontae Tyrell Fraser, Google internship. Maya Helena Freitas, Palm Beach Atlantic University. Haley Garcia, Florida Gulf Coast University. Addison Maxwell Gherkin, Florida Atlantic University. Melanie Lynn Janino, Broward College. Sydney L. Gordon, Florida Atlantic University. Zachariah R. Gorder, Florida State University. Weston David Happ, Colorado School of Mines. Marlo Faith Hibler, University of South Florida. Tyler O. Hyatt, Palm Beach State College. Joshua Jeremiah Justin Simpson University. Princess Judea Kemp, Mercer Hospital College of Nursing. Olivia Nancy Kosicki, Palm Beach State College. Jonathan Robert McCluggage, The Ohio State. Christopher Mahoney, Liberty University. Alessandra Michelle Mayorquin, Oral Roberts University. Leighton McCartney, Florida State University. William McGill, Florida State University. Stacy N. Mejia Ventura, Palm Beach Atlantic University. Daniel Christopher Malora, Valencia College. Luxon Moise Jr., Kaiser University. Michael Montadoro, Valencia College. William Moreland III, University of Central Florida. Leila Mueller, Flagler College. Lillian Kelly Nava, University of Central Florida. Robert Douglas Nedry, North Carolina State University. Avery Elizabeth Nystrom, University of Mississippi. Sean Patrick O'Connor, Clemson University. Jelante Jordan Paul, Broward College. Jacob Theodore Painter, University of South Florida. Mark Patrick Peckage, University of Miami. Landon Ryan Patrisco, Lynn University. Rosalie J. Phillips, University of Central Florida. Annie Ramirez, Tallahassee Community College. Cameron Patrick Reese, Arizona Christian University. Diego Xavier Ray, Broward College. Maximilian Reynolds, Florida Atlantic University. Giovanni Rivera, University of Central Florida. Paige Sansbury, Broward College. Charles Kenneth Scacera, Liberty University. Stephen Gerard Seconder, Florida State University. Madison Tia Settembrino, Emory University. Dylan C. Stewart, Broward College. Logan Von Stroud, Florida State University. Lucas Jack Eric Tebow, Florida Atlantic University. Chloe Lynn Wright, Texas State University.
face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. And the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. We believe we will see, amen. And amen, amen, May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. Be upon you and 1,000, and beside you, all around you, and within you. He is with you. He is with you in the morning, in the evening, in your coming, and your going, and your weeping, your rejoicing. He is for you. 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 And amen. 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 And his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you
I love that song. I'm going to give you all a chance to sit down before I say what comes next. So for the first time, graduates, may turn your tassels. Ladies and gentlemen, the class of 2023 from Westminster Academy.
Thank you, Dr. Satterley. I'd like to ask everybody to stand as we close. On behalf of Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church and Westminster Academy, congratulations to the class of 2023. You're going out into the world, a very uncertain world, a world full of uncertainty. And in a world full of uncertainty, I leave you with this word in the form of a benediction penned 2,000 years ago by the Apostle Paul. He gives you a certain word, a word built on the firm foundation of God's truth. So would you receive it? Receive the benediction tonight, for I am sure that he who began a good work in you, class of 2023, will bring it to completion at the day of Jesus Christ. Go in peace.